Baby Jules, the gold medal winner on this opening day of the Olympics. Congratulations, Jules. America's first gold medal is yours. AJC with a silver medal this morning. And look at that. That's a very impressive bronze right there. You okay?
Just tired.
Yep. I hear you. I already just communicated with my wife. Listen, here's the deal. Show's going to be done. I'm going to get all the errands done. Publix, banking, the whole deal. Because when I come back, I'm going to sleep. The floors are very nice. They are. They did a very good job. Thanks for asking. Totally with you, Ambient. That was my vote.
I almost texted you and John last night, more John than you, because I went to my mom's last night for dinner and she made meatloaf. So you could just yell "Mom, meatloaf" whenever you want.
The late John Clayton's legacy. Wasn't covering the NFL for 50 years or 40 or whatever it was. Well, I'm transported back to the 70s. Had a lot of meatloaf in the 70s.
I love meatloaf, Canada Relief. I'm not going to lie to you. There's nothing wrong with meatloaf.
You give me some meatloaf and some mashed potatoes. Phew. Man, just keep filling that plate up. I'd go through meatloaf and mashed potatoes like Kobayashi at a Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
All right, let's do this.
All right.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Friday of July. How's your week gone? Thanks for ending it with us. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X, where the magic numbers are 6 days to the Hall of Fame game, 29. 4 weeks tomorrow, Florida State, Georgia Tech, week 0 of the college football season. 36, 5 weeks tomorrow, the first Saturday of week 1 of the college football season. And 41 days, 6 weeks from last night. Ravens, Chiefs. Let's get this 2024 NFL season started. Right now, let's get things started with Mark Miller. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, David. It has been a long week. We have kind of outlined for the people listening, there's a lot going on in the Miller and Moulton world right now with the show. So we have been very busy with that. It's been a busy week, and I threw a concert in on Monday with a long night. So I am
right.
I'm ready, and I've not really napped as much as I've wanted to this week, David. There's been too much going on to nap, so I am planning on napping today. It's supposed to rain, and a nap could be in order.
It has been a napless week for me, so I am tired. There's no doubt about it. When you already tell the people in your life, listen, this is when I'll be napping today, that's when you know you are dragging. But we'll try to make it a little bit of a football Friday. It's a nice way to end July, right? We'll be headed to Buffalo, or at least upstate New York, talk a little Bills, our team of choice on this day. Hey, it's a very serious question. If you were the Olympics, would you have kicked out the Canadian women's soccer team?
The entire team?
Yes. Yeah, they were. I mean, listen, by the way, they fired their coach yesterday. Okay. TSN, which is Canada's version of ESPN. All right. TSN did a story yesterday in which they said, yeah, they've been doing this for the men's and women's soccer teams this whole decade. And remember, Canada won the Olympic gold medal in women's soccer 3 years ago. I mean, TSN came out and said,
the best Copa America they've ever had.
Now, I don't know if they were doing it there or not. Okay. And yes, they finished in the semis of Copa America. But I mean, TSN came out, reported yesterday and said, yeah, we've been cheating. I mean, how do you describe sending drones overhead, obviously, over what are supposed to be closed practices for your opponents?
So NASCAR, it's great.
I mean, Connor Stallions is going, oh man, that's good. I didn't think of that.
Belichick ordered 6 drones when he returns to coaching.
I
Seems
mean,
way easier than a hotel and a camera.
Yes or no? Does it meet the criteria of cheating?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. They were cheating this week. This week. You're the Olympics. They were at the Olympics. They were practicing for their, New Zealand was, for their first match of the tournament against Canada. And 48 hours before the match, drones associated with the Canadians women's soccer team are spotted over their practices. Would you, if you were the Olympics, have kicked them out?
Boy, that's tough because the Canadians are so nice. They would not have. I mean, that's a really nice team to be kicking out. They're very good people. They're friendly, and their organization is a strong one. David, I'd kick them out.
Yes.
You've got to.
Don't you? And yes, everything that you said, they are nice. I mean,
They are.
They are. Love their anthem. Okay, love their passion. They love sports. They support all sports. All right. And I bet Canada as a sporting nation is embarrassed by this. But I'm sorry. You got to go home.
They're cheaters.
Yes. I feel badly for the players. Don't know what to tell you. Okay. Your coaching staff, your organization, as you so eloquently put it, Mark, a bunch of scoundrels. I'm sorry. You know, I mean, if you want, you guys can stay here in the Olympic Village. I mean, we won't, rent out your rooms or anything. If you want to stay, you want to party, you get the free condoms. I mean, or birth control. So, I mean, if you want to stay, that's fine, but you can't play.
No, actually, David, they can't stay. If you kick them out, they can't. And I'm not joking around here. If you kick them out, it means no opening ceremonies. It means no walking or boating, because apparently there's a 3.7 mile boat ride.
What?
Yeah.
What?
The opening ceremonies, they're in boats, David.
I'll bet you there are some athletes that are probably not, happy about that. I mean, first off, what happens if some of the greatest athletes in the world get seasick? They get off the boat and they throw up?
River on a boat? They're not going to get seasick.
I don't know. First off, have you seen that river? I mean, it's disgusting.
I got you, but it's a river. It's not like they're going out in 7-foot seas.
Well, that's
okay.
True.
You're going through Paris in little boats down a river, team boats down the Seine. 10,000 Olympic athletes traveling a 3.7-mile route, crossing through the heart of Paris, David. It'll be spectacular. You'll love it. And by love it, you won't watch a second of it.
Well, no, actually, now I'm intrigued for about 3 minutes. No, I want to see. Well, that's not true. I want to find out if anybody got sick. Okay. I mean, I'm guessing some of the basketball players are probably like, I don't really a boat. I mean, whose idea was this?
And LeBron's going, I'm carrying the flag. You're all coming.
That's
Don't know what
right.
to tell you. I'm going, you're going.
I'm at the front of the boat. First
I got
one
the
off.
flag, guys, let's go.
Come on now, follow me. Follow me to freedom. Anytime you can work that Charlie Steiner reference in. No, but I thought they should have been kicked out of the Olympics.
It does give everybody in their group an unfair advantage because you get a walk through, but that's just, I guess, the way that it would go.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what you do there.
I mean, that's the only problem I see. But
they
I'll
just
deal with that problem.
Yeah, they just beat New Zealand 2-1 in their first match. And that's got to be a painful loss. Cheaters.
Drone
Spying on
assisted
us.
win, is that what that is?
Yeah, right. Asterisk. Do you put that underneath their group C? Asterisk drone aided points. So now, I mean, the Canadians offered a nice, apparently sincere apology, but of course the coach didn't. The coach, Colonel Klink, I had done nothing. I know nothing. Huh. You know nothing, huh? Apparently this has happened for years. Apparently you've been doing it on the men's side also.
And we thought Michigan was sneaky.
I mean, come on now.
Look at the Canadians.
Yeah. For soccer, not hockey. Soccer. I mean, we don't
Tough
even
to
know
fly
how
the
much they
drone over the
care.
ice rink, David.
Hmm?
Tough to fly the drone over the ice rink and get anything good.
It is, but I mean, figure it out. Mount the video cameras inside all the arenas. I mean, come on now. Do what you got to do. We can mount them on top of, light poles and telephone poles. We can mount them off a beam at the top of the arena somewhere. I mean, we get those lovely aerial views of the power play. I'm sure we can get one of practice. But no, seriously, if you were the Olympics, would you? Because let's face it, Olympic sports have had a lot of cheating allegations and scandals over the years.
Well, there's a lot going on right now with the Chinese swimmers, they're saying, of doping, and the Russian athletes are doping. So, I mean, it's rampant in the Olympics.
I mean, very few Russian athletes allowed to participate in the games because they've doped so much. And yeah, I mean, Caleb Dressel sat next to the head of the doping agency yesterday at a press conference and was asked, do you have confidence in? And he went, no, no, not whatsoever. I mean, and then follow-up question was, do you think these games are being competed, on a level playing field? He went, no. He's sitting right now. I mean, he's now my new favorite U.S. Olympian. I got to be honest. I mean, if you're gonna say it, just sit next to the guy whose job it is to keep the Olympics clean and go, oh no, they're failing miserably at their job. This isn't on the up and up. No,
Think
they
about
suck.
it. In order for Utah to get the games, they had to basically drop a lawsuit.
Yeah, the U.S. Olympic Committee basically had to, agree to whatever the IOC and the World Anti-Doping Agency, whatever they say, however they go about things, we have to live with it.
Even though we don't agree with it.
Even though we think they suck and they're not doing their job. Right. Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I would have kicked out Canada. Sent them home. No Olympic Village, no opening ceremonies, no boat ride.
Oh, man. That last one hurts.
I know it does.
No boat ride.
Everybody likes a boat ride. Apparently, except for David, who's afraid he's going to get sick on the river.
No, I'm not. I don't get seasick. One time I got seasick. All right. Pretty rough waters. We went out about 45 miles to do some fishing. And I wasn't, I should not have had the big bologna sub right before we went out on the water. I got to admit, that was a bad decision.
All right. The bologna sub, huh?
Big one. Big. I'm not going to, it was 2 subs. I mean, it was big. Early in the morning, too.
Went right for it on the ride out, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Totally. Not waiting. I mean, indestructible. Maybe not. Miller and Moulton starting 5, 25 minutes away.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, we're changing them up, EB Hill. We're still running the first ad, but hey, man, we need to let people know how dire it is. Quite frankly, EB Hill, we didn't want the show to end and then have a whole bunch of people at the very end go, oh, man, I didn't know. What's going on? Well, no, I just wanted to let you know what's going on. I'm sorry. Early in the morning. Get things wrong. Sergeant Schultz, I know nothing. Nothing. So, to the few people who are in here right now, it's been a stressful week with the HOA and the development that we live in, because apparently the condo below ours, a very small stain appeared in one of the rooms in the roof. Apparently, the glue leaked through a crack in the foundation, which, no way to really know that. So the people who did our roof, or not our roof, but our flooring, they'll have to go down, spend an hour and repair that. And so, got a call of complaint, said that we are flooding, quote, flooding the condo below ours. The stain was like the length of my, elbow to fingers. Okay. But then, you take up the flooring and you have one of those temporary garbage things, and we set it up with a company that would come Tuesday at the end of the day and pick it up. Well, they've yet to come and pick it up, and I paid for this. So getting angry calls and texts. And so now I'm at the point in which I have said to everyone via text and over the phone, I hate you all. I wish I didn't live here. And if any of you have a problem, come and say it to my face.
Oh boy.
And here's where I live, and I'll be here the rest of my life, unless I get up and move, because I hate all of you.
Oh boy.
So, so there you go. But the floors do look good, and they feel good, and I hated the old ones, so I'm happy. But yes, I did send out a group text that said, I hate all of you. I don't want to live here anymore. My wife's like, why did you have to? I go, I wanted to end this conversation once and for all. Come off the top rope, boom, 1, 2, 3, we're done. Yes, Johnny Mac, that's what we went with. We went with the vinyl. It looks nice. It feels good. Got the soundproofing underneath it. It's awesome.
I hate you all.
I hate you all. I don't want to live here anymore.
God, you're perfect for an HOA.
That's okay. I was just about ready to join the board. I'd filled out the paperwork and everything. I had to tell the president now. I go, by the way, I'm out. I don't even want to talk to you people ever again. I'm not sure, actually, because my contractor set it up.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If by chance you take in the show at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton and you see us, you'll notice that I am out of the hotel. Did the first 4 shows this week in the hotel. Nice room. Worked well for me. But, back home. Adjustable bed. New flooring. Okay. No food in the fridge. Very, very nice.
If money were no object, would you live in a hotel? You look like a guy. You seem like a guy. You don't eat. You don't cook. So you have no need for a kitchen. I could see you as someone who lives in a hotel.
All right. Not to be, but I'll answer you seriously. Because I'm married? No. But if I was widowed, I could definitely live in a hotel for the rest of my life. Sure. Absolutely. Yep. And now it'd be a big room, though. I'd get a suite.
Right.
But
you got a fridge, you got a cup, you got,
right. Totally. Yeah.
And you got maid service.
when I want it too.
Correct.
Yes. I mean, otherwise, sign on the door, come in
Do not
here,
disturb. Right.
I'll stab you in the neck. Right. That's the other thing, custom signs. I mean, if I'm an everyday resident, my signs are different than the ones on, next door and across the hall. I mean, they just have, sleeping, zzz, no, mine are, they may be blinking lights on my door. Oh, who's in there? He's a regular. Can't get rid of him. He came with the hotel, that sort of deal.
I mean, I definitely could. There's not a doubt in my mind. I would love it.
Also, I live first floor. I just walk in. No, walk in, go right to the room. Yep.
Avoid the elevators.
Avoid the elevators. Well, yeah, because then I have to talk to people.
In the
Right.
elevator?
Oh, yeah.
You're one of those, aren't you?
Not the majority of the time, but if somebody says something or if they're talking or they're listening to, they're playing music and I can hear it or, just whatever. But think about where I am. I'm in town for a sporting event. There's a decent chance in the hotel elevators that I'm in, somebody is wearing a jersey, a shirt, a hat. So, yeah, I'll be like, hey, going to the game, just came from the game, especially if it's a visiting team. It's like, ooh, I like it. Brave soul, yeah. Usually at those hotels, groups of people walk in together, Mark, and it's obvious that they're going to the game and who they're rooting for. They're checking me out, trying to figure out who's he rooting for? Why is he here?
Neutral color. You're going
Right.
to something either team has.
Yep. And so, yeah, I don't mind a little conversation in a elevator. I don't go out of my way, I don't think, to make it, but if you invite it, sure. Like on a plane, I don't talk to the people around me. I don't. If they start talking to me, I then decide how long we're going to have this conversation.
Well, neither of us give, what is it? We're not nice in the face.
Right? Gentle in the face.
We're not gentle in the face. When you
No.
walk onto a plane and see one of the two of us sitting in an aisle seat, there's nothing gentle in the face that says, boy, let's start a conversation with this guy.
Well, I'm from the Northeast. The rule of thumb was if you don't want to deal with people, don't make eye contact with them. And so, right, don't give off a friendly vibe because to do that, you have to usually look someone in the eyes, smile, nod, that sort of deal. No, I'm on the plane alone as far as I'm concerned.
And I had to pick up my wife. My wife got all of her rings cleaned. So I went to our buddies, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. I had to go pick them up. And they did a great job, but they had one of the ladies noticed something that was still not cleaned off the rings. Just, do you have some time to wait? I want to get this redone. So sure. Now I'm in the jewelry store by myself.
Uh-oh.
And walking around because I've got to wait. And the salespeople then see you and you're a mark. And it's like, they got to go do their job. Are you being helped? Are you being helped? Are you being helped? And yes, I am. But I tried to not look at anybody.
Right.
But you can't do it. Tried to be a little more gentle in the face.
What now? Listen, it's part of our character flaw. Miller and Moulton, we're not gentle in the face.
No, I'm not a smiler, and I wish that I were. I wish that I just walked around like one of those people that has a smile on their face all the time. I wish I could pull that off. I don't. Don't have that in me. I try once in a while to fake it.
Who the two of us are, and this is going to be very painful realization for the two of us because we genuinely don't like these people when we see them. We're professional golfers. Oftentimes, they don't even recognize the crowd. Okay. When they do, it's, the lips kind of sort of move, the top of the cheek Was that a smile, or was that a, I mean, the fills and the, the thumbs up and the waves and what have you. I mean, Jack would, always the left hand goes up. Okay, like he's, a school crossing. Jack always, put that arms up, recognize the crowd and what have you. Arnie as well, but most golfers, I mean, it's as if they're on the plane alone. That's who we are. I know.
That does hurt a little bit.
It does, because we're not even Matt Kuchar, because he was smiley. Matt's always smiling. He acknowledges the crowd. He smiles at them.
No, we're more, what's his name? Terrell Hatton. That we yell at ourselves.
Yes. By the way.
Carry our own bag down 12.
I don't know how many of you heard that story. At the Open Championship, he hit a tee shot on 12 that was so bad. He said to his caddy, "You shouldn't have to carry the bag to that shot." And he carries the bag to that shot, hits his second shot, and meets his caddy walking towards the green.
I love him.
How can that not be one of your favorite golfers?
I love him.
Reporters were like, one of the on-course reporters said, "Terrell, why are you carrying your bag?" This shot was so terrible. Johnny shouldn't have had to carry the bag all the way over there. That's unfair to him. I told him to wait in the fairway. I'd be back.
My favorite story from the Open this year.
So maybe you and I need to think about that. I don't know if we need to be Phil. I don't know if we need to have
Phil. I'd like to run around and give people thumbs up.
Is that what you want to do, though? You're sitting on the aisle on the plane. You want to half smile at everybody and give them a thumbs up? Hey,
how you doing?
That's what you want to become.
Why not? It's better than being miserable.
I don't know. It takes a lot more effort.
It does. It does. There's no doubt. And you're going to creep a few people out.
Yes, you are. It's kind of like the kid who's in the seat in front of you and always going, "Hi. Hi." All right. Did you see that?
Rather have the kid in front of me than behind me. They tend to kick the chair.
They do. But I mean, we really want to be that guy and go, "Did you see that weirdo on the aisle in row 14? Okay, giving thumbs up to everybody. Is he a politician? Is he running for something?"
Just be gentle in the face. That's all, David.
Okay, so you say. The starting five is next here on Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. So Favre's business partner pleaded guilty in the welfare scandal?
There's no one in it who's not guilty.
Hey, Johnny O.
I might have to do it for the rest of the show.
Yep.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton.
In 20 seconds.
Ah.
Crap. We're tired and slap happy, kids.
Yes, we are. No, EB Hill, I'd stay in a better hotel than that. I have become almost a hotel snob because I've been spoiled with all the nice hotels that I get to stay at.
Had to have a remote control session with the wife last night.
Had to practice, did you?
Yeah.
Did you put on the CFL?
No, I didn't even think about it. I forgot all about it.
Hey, there's a game tonight.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. An hour away from talking to Jon Scott about the Buffalo Bills. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers are 6, 29, 36, and 41. And we've got a poll question. In fact, I think we had it technically before the show started for the second time this week.
We did. You and I have been on our game as far as talking to one another before the show, which is very unusual. Not really sure what's going on, but we've been communicating more before the show than ever before. And that's led us to a couple of poll questions. And today's is a little snarky. What is the worst non-sporting sporting event? The Olympic opening ceremony, the Rose Bowl parade, or the Pro Bowl?
Wow. I nominated WrestleMania, boom. But, just to, knowing nobody would vote for it, but just to, make a point that it's not sports. But, that would get a few people in the Twitch chat room all bent out of shape. So we just didn't go there.
Surprised we didn't, but we could have.
I went Pro Bowl. What they've done to that, it's a skills competition now. It might as well bring back Battle of the Network Stars.
I haven't watched the Pro Bowl in so long that it's impossible for me to vote Pro Bowl. I don't remember ever watching it really that intently to begin with, but in the last 20 years, I've not watched the game.
So are you going to hold off on your vote and midway through the opening ceremonies tonight decide whether it's the Rose Bowl parade or the opening ceremonies?
Well, I think it's the Rose Bowl parade, believe it or not. But, I don't know. You love a parade. I don't know if you love the Rose Bowl parade, but you love a parade. You want every team to have a parade.
I do. I'm not as big into the Rose Bowl parade. It's probably my least favorite parade. Okay. For whatever reason, I think it's the floats. It just doesn't do it for me. Give me the lip syncing acts of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. Give me a St. Patrick's Day parade in Chicago, or New York, something like that. Sure.
The starting five stories you need to know. It's the starting five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
And Vicky had been having such a good week, too. Opening ceremonies later today. Apparently, there's a boat ride involved.
Going for a boat ride, everybody.
Remember, Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning, Kelly Clarkson on the coverage for NBC. But we've got a full-fledged cheating scandal at these Olympics. The Canadian women's national soccer coach lost her job. Remember back on Monday, all of a sudden New Zealand's practicing and they look up in the sky and it's like, what? We've got 2 drones over. What's going on? They track down. It's somebody associated with the women's soccer team for Canada, but not officially. And apparently they've been doing this for 3-4 years. Men's team too. Yeah. So assistant coaches were fired. Then the head coach was forced out. Support staff have been forced out. The Olympics, however, they're not forcing the team out. Canada beat New Zealand 2-1 in their opener. Let's go to baseball. Late in yesterday's show, Miller and Moulton said The Rays and the Marlins are going to be very active. They are both going to trade multiple players. Well, they both got started yesterday. First, the Rays beat the Jays 13-0. You know, I used to be in a 13-run pool for years, and you had to score exactly 13 runs to win the pool. Team didn't matter if they scored 20 like Colorado did earlier this week against the Red Sox. No. If you just kept going, and you'll be amazed how long you go before somebody scores exactly 13 runs in a game.
That's a good pool. I've been in a 33 pool for the NFL.
Okay. Rays pounded out 16 hits. Brandon Lau, 4 for 4, homer, 3 RBIs. Isaac Paredes had 4 RBIs. But last night, they get back to St. Pete. Randy Arozarena is getting ready for a series against the Reds. He's plays for the Mariners now. Randy Arozarena traded to the Mariners, who waited until they fell out of first place and blew a 10-game lead before acquiring the 211 hitting outfielder. But Arozarena has been a clutch player throughout his young career. And got to give Pat Donovan, WDAE in Tampa, credit. He's the one who went on X and said, so do we rename it player to be named later land?
Where they get 2 prospects in Freddie Charles?
Yes, player to be named later, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Future considerations, player to be named later, whatever you want to call it.
Do you name it Freddie Charles land? The Marlins wanted to get in on the act. First, they came back from a 6-1 deficit in the 8th. Buddy of mine's an Orioles fan. He did the Wednesday night, Thursday mighty nooner game, hoping to at least get 1 win. And the Orioles blew a 6-1 lead in the 8th, had to win it in 10, 7-6. Then after the game, the Marlins deal lefty A.J. Puck to Arizona. I like it for the Diamondbacks. Not a big market team. They actually count their pennies, and they went out and got the 29-year-old lefty who began the season as a starter and now has become a valuable reliever. So the Rays and Marlins both making trades. Trade deadline 6 o'clock Tuesday evening. Oh, by the way, there was a no-hitter last night. Dylan Cease of the Padres. First off, just the second in San Diego Padres history. And the franchise has been around since 1969. But second, Markey had thrown 94 pitches through 7. And that's about his pitch limit. And Brian Schilt, the manager, turns to, Cease and also to Hoffman, who threw the no-hitter 3 years ago, and said, what do you think? And he said, he's pitching, really well. He still got it. Leave him in. Give him a chance. He had a 9-pitch 8th inning, so he started the 9th with 103 pitches. He sealed the deal. 114 pitch no-no, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts, second no-hitter of the year, second in Padres history. Dylan Cease, Mark, in his last 3 starts, 6 innings, 1 hit, 7 innings, 1 hit, 9 innings, no hits.
That'll play. That seems to be, that goes under the quality start category.
22 innings. He's given up 2 hits and no runs. That's pretty good. Dylan Cease of the Padres, a no-no. Mets won their 4th straight. Braves lost their 5th straight, despite how tremendous Chris Sale was. Chris Sale is back. Chris Sale is the best pitcher in the National League right now. Chris Sale retired 14 straight guys at one point, gave up 2 hits and 7 1/3. But the Mets beat the Braves in 10, 3-2. They're just a half a game behind the Braves for second place in the East and the 4 seed. They were 11 games below 500 at the end of May. Wow. Clayton Kershaw made his season debut for the Dodgers last night. He was okay, not great. Gave up 6 hits, 2 runs in 4 innings through 72 pitches. Ohtani hit his 31st homer of the year for the Dodgers, who beat the Giants 6-4. But Kershaw said it meant a lot to come back. And so we'll see if he can stay in the rotation and get stronger. And Dodgers certainly need him with all the injuries that they have. Mark, there was a Javi Baez sighting yesterday in Cleveland.
Yeah, I saw that. He did something he hadn't done since April.
Javi Baez hitting a $177, I think, hit a 3-run homer in the 3rd inning, and that was all the Tigers would need in a 3-0 win over the Guardians. That's going to go down as one of the 10 worst free agent signings ever. I mean, that's clearly going to be the worst signing in Tigers history. But, I mean, that is going to go down as one of the worst signings of all time. The Javi Baez signing. He's been terrible. The only reason he still has a job is because if they cut him, the contract is so embarrassing to pay off. And that's why they continue to keep him. We talked about this at the beginning of the week. We did a buy, sell, or hold segment. And we got to the Texas Rangers, who were 5 games below 500 when the week started. And Mark was the one who had to provide the answers. And I go, Texas. And Mark said, if they sweep the White Sox, they're a hold. If they do anything else, they should sell. Well, the Rangers swept the 4-game series from the White Sox, who have now lost 11 in a row, by the way. 2-1 Texas. Max Scherzer looked good. Picked up the win, 6 innings, 1-run ball. Also passed Verlander on the all-time strikeout list. He's now 10th all-time. 5th straight win for Texas. They're a game below 500, just 3 back in the West. And Oakland beat the Angels 6-5, but that's not the big story here. The big story is Oakland reliever Mason Miller, arguably the best reliever in baseball this year. All right, teams want him. 25-year-old, hard-throwing righty. So he gets the save Wednesday night. And when he's done doing his media, the manager reminds him, hey, you still got to do your lifting. He's like, blank. And he takes his left non-pitching hand and slams it into something and breaks his left pinky. Now he can still throw, but they put him on the IL. Well, the thought was they wanted to trade this guy. I don't think you're allowed to trade somebody who's on the injured list. So that's the big story with Oakland. Arguably the best reliever available looks as if he's not going to be available because he broke his pinky on his non-throwing hand. College sports, Wisconsin gave their AD Chris McIntosh a 5-year extension and a raise. He now makes $1.5 million a year. Remember, it's all about the kids. You know where the Sixers and Flyers play, the Wells Fargo Center?
Yes.
In a year, it's not going to be known as that. Wells Fargo notified the teams, we're done with this sponsorship thing. Question, you've actually sold sponsorship for an arena. You have a general idea as to how much it costs, back in the day, et cetera. How much do you think Wells Fargo's paying to put their name on that arena?
$1 million a year?
1.4.
Okay.
They've had their name on the arena since 2010.
I liked it better when it was the First Union Center.
Well, then it was the Wachovia, and then
the
Wells
First
Fargo
Union Center for Philadelphia to have the building called the FU.
Right.
That was perfect.
Yeah. And really, all you needed one extra consonant on the end. All right, NFL. Tua with his hold-in yesterday didn't practice because they went 11 on 11, and apparently the Dolphins' offense was terrible. Russell Wilson held out with a sore calf for the first Steelers practice. Denver gave wide receiver Cortland Sutton a little raise, threw in some incentives, guaranteed a little more money, so now he's happy. Denver also added former Stanford coach David Shaw to their front office. Jerry and his son Steven both addressed the media yesterday, Jerry explaining what all in meant to him, and Steven talking about, listen, we're in a difficult situation with Dak. CD and Micah. Could you just give us some time?
We've given you the entire offseason.
Right.
The entire offseason. We've given you more time than you deserve, quite frankly, to answer these questions.
The CD Lamb, by the way, a holdout. He's working out in Houston, and the Cowboys train in California. Golf, 3M Open. Jacob Bridgman, 8 under with a one-shot lead in the Twin Cities. LIV gets underway today in England. LPGA north of the border in Canada. American Lauren Coughlin has a one-shot lead at 4 under par. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
She must have been drinking last night.
Yeah, really. She sounds like you after that concert Monday night on the other coast and getting back at 2 a.m.
That's that. I can relate to that, no doubt.
So there you have it. You're up to date on what you missed yesterday as we head into the weekend on this final Friday of July. Jon Scott talking a little Bills football next hour here on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No, Irish. We're not surprised. Until their 13-0 win yesterday, their run differential was in the minus 60s. So Billy Joel played his 150th final performance at Madison Square Garden last night.
Why is he done? Is he done performing, period?
Well, first off, his monthly residency is over. And I don't know. I know he's moving to Florida.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of July. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miller and Moulton both trying to be gentler in the face, trying to be more upbeat, trying to smile more. Don't know if you can actually, hear that on the radio and through your app, but we're trying. We're trying. We did a little self-evaluation during the first hour. We're too dour. We come across like we're playing on the PGA Tour. We want to change that. So if you're watching twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, you may see a lot of thumbs up and smiles and pointing at you and what have you.
Fired up. Trying to, as David said, be a little more gentle in the face, a little better mood, a little more uplifting on this show on a pseudo football Friday.
Right. Now, if we pretend to tip the visor and we're obviously not wearing a hat, listen, just give us some, this is new to us. We're just trying to, get out of our comfort zone. And by comfort, we mean, moody and snarky. But speaking of moody and snarky, how about a Rays fan this morning? Arguably most popular player on the team, Randy Arozarena, traded to Seattle. He's making $8.1 million a year. He'll be 30 next year. He's got 2 more years of arbitration. So Randy next year is going to be making 10 plus million. And then the year after that. And so the Rays traded him for 2 top 15 prospects in the Mariners organization, is what we're finding out. One a pitcher, one an outfielder, and a player to be named later. They were a game above 500. They're within a handful of games of the final wild card spot. Arozarena got off to an awful start this year, has played better of late, although he didn't have a hit in his final Rays game yesterday. Hitting .211 on the season. But he's a clutch player. He's been a big September and October guy throughout his career. Going all the way back to, he damn near carried the Rays in the 2020 playoffs, getting to the World Series.
Question is, will he have the opportunity to play in the postseason in Seattle? Did they wait too long to start making moves? They've only needed a bat for the entire season.
I was going to say they needed one all of last year too. And they need more than just Randy Arozarena. This GM should be working for his job these next few days. They got the best pitching in that division. And that's saying something because Houston's got pretty good pitching. And if Texas's pitching gets healthy, they got pretty good pitching. But I'm telling you, Seattle's got the best pitching in the division. Might have the best pitching in that league. Go get a couple bats. But, Mark, if you're a Rays fan this morning, this is like, it's famous. It goes back nearly 20 years. But the owner of the White Sox, Reinsdorf, they were 500. They were smack dab 500 the day before the trading deadline. And they were 5 games out of a playoff spot. And he said, sell. And it's like, okay, come on, they're not. And he said, nah, I've watched them for 4 months. I ain't buying it. Sell everybody.
Look, I have no problem with the Rays selling. I'm going to have a bigger problem because I try desperately to get my daughter to watch sports with me without being over the top. Hey, you want to sit down and watch this? The one thing that she watched a little bit with me was the Rays. And the player that she liked was Randy Arozarena.
Oh, no.
So now the one player that I could get her to sit down and watch with me no longer plays on the team that I watch.
Did she do his pose?
Oh, yeah.
Was she a big Randy Land fan?
We actually thought about taking her to a game and getting seats in Randyland. But, not that big because she's not that big of a fan. But that's her favorite player.
Bummer.
And I doubt she's going to become a Mariners fan. But you never know.
Games are on late.
Yes.
That is for sure. Boy, anybody else? I mean, is there a plan B for you here or no?
None. Simone Biles is plan B. The Olympics start today.
Well, not only that, you can't say, hey, have you heard about this Jazz Chisholm guy for the Marlins? All right. I mean, got a cool name. He's flashy. He's got some style. By the way, Jazz Chisholm is playing great. Did you see the 2 catches he made yesterday against the Orioles? Never mind the fact he's pounding the ball. I mean, this is terrible. He's finally durable and playing the way the Marlins have desperately hoped he'd play for the last 3 years. But that's why it's like, trade him. In all seriousness, like the A's, they didn't trade their star reliever. He goes and does something stupid and breaks his pinky finger, and now they can't trade him. I'm telling you. I know we sound like fools sometimes, over and over. Trade him before he gets hurt. Trade him before he gets hurt.
Yeah, you're not going to get much more for Jazz Chisholm than you are right at this point.
Ooh, no way. Not only that, like a Rosarena, you've got team control for 2 more years. He's arbitration eligible each of the next 2 years. So that is part of the acquisition for Seattle. This isn't a 2-month rental.
Correct. Yes.
The same thing with Jazz Chisholm, by the way. You acquire Jazz Chisholm, he can't go anywhere for a while. And he is a good young player.
And the Pirates are the team I'm seeing linked to Jazz Chisholm, which would be great for the Pittsburgh Pirates to make that move.
Yes, it would. Listen, the Pirates should just do all their shopping with the Marlins. All right, while they're there, get Josh Bell. I mean, heck, go crazy. Get Berger, too. I mean, seriously, we just one. I thought about this. Is one elite prospect. How many players, Mark? Let's just say an organization, their number 1 or number 2 prospect. Like, there's talk that if you're Baltimore, do you trade Jackson Holliday? He's your number 1 prospect. Now, remember, you've already called up a bunch of elite prospects that are doing really well at the major league level. You called him up early in the season. He was up for 3 weeks. He struggled. He's back down in the minors. Still considered your top prospect. But like Mark, the Yankees have a top outfield prospect. And I'm just wondering, if you're the other team, how much are you willing? You say to the Orioles, if you give me Jackson Holliday, I will give you. And if I'm the Orioles, it's like, listen, I'm not giving you Jackson Holliday for Jazz Chisholm, but I will give you Jackson Holliday for. and then you rattle off what it is you'd have to give me.
Well,
Like
let me ask you, what's the starter with the White Sox, the one starter that they have that's available? I'd make that trade right now if I were the Orioles. They need a starting pitcher.
Now, that's an interesting trade because, in theory, the Orioles are trying to win a World Series this year. That kid has thrown more innings than he's ever thrown in his life this year. So you're wondering, can he go the distance this season? Plus, he's like, I want a contract. He already announced that publicly. So if you're the Orioles, who, remember, this new owner has not thrown his wallet around yet.
Not yet.
We don't know if he's going to. So we don't know yet if the Orioles are going to be one of those. Yeah, we'll acquire that young guy. We in the NFL all the time. We spent a week talking about Brandon Ayuk. Okay, if you want to acquire him, it's going to cost you X, but then you're going to have to pay him.
But I think like a team like Detroit's in a dilemma because I think they're obviously sellers. They've played much better baseball here the last 3-4 weeks, but they're sellers. They've got the lefty starter that people think is a top-of-the-line franchise pitcher. Do you deal that?
See, it's funny. If I'm Detroit, I'm not – well, they've got also like Flaherty and a couple of guys who they signed on one-year deals. And I would pull Jack Flaherty aside and say, Jack, listen, we want to re-sign you, okay? But we want you to also make us a better team when we re-sign you. How about if we trade you? Where do you want to go? We'll send you there. You'll compete for a playoffs, maybe in the playoffs. And then, we want you back, okay? I mean, that doesn't mean Jack is going to agree to come back, but you let the player know, listen, the intent is to lease you and then come back and buy you. And if I'm the Tigers, I do that because, Mark, they've got pitching that's playoff caliber pitching, but they need bats. But I think it's easier to acquire hitting than it is to acquire pitching.
Absolutely. That's why with Skubal there, I wouldn't trade if I was Detroit. You got a frontline starter. You can't get rid of that. You can't.
But like if you're the Orioles, like to me, you need, if I'm going to give you Jackson Holiday, I need a frontline starter and I need a back of the bullpen reliever. And now we're talking. And I'd like to have multiple years of these guys. But I mean, the same with the Yankees. To me, the Yankees shouldn't trade their top prospect. Hell, at this point, promote them. I mean, because the rest of the lineup sucks. But I mean, that's what I'm. We have detailed this. There are so many teams that are in it, and 84 and 86 win teams have gone to the World Series the last 2 years. So you truly can, if you get in it, you can damn near win it. And there does not appear to be a great team this year. The Orioles are very good. The Phillies are very good. Anybody else? Cleveland's very good, but we kind of wonder.
Are the Dodgers very good when they get healthy? Yes.
Yes. So we think there's like 4 very good teams, and then there's like 15 teams that they could go either way. But if you give me like 3 contributing parts, I might give you my top prospect. And I know what I'm doing. I know. But at one parade, and you can't criticize me.
And they are just prospects. At some point, they have to become players. And when is that going to be? And the Major League Baseball front offices love their prospects and hate to get rid of them.
You know what prospects are, Mark? Cheap. Young and cheap. And that's why they don't like to get rid of them. Miller and Moulton. Jon Scott covers the Bills. We'll talk to him in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, DC, I mean, yeah, was it ridiculous? But that's what you do the first time. They call you up and they go, well, we want Buxton. And they go, take it easy. You know, we're not doing that. Oh, okay. Well, then what are you doing? Because sometimes the team says, okay. I mean, the Mets' number one prospect 4 or 5 years ago was Pierre Crow Armstrong, the outfielder. And they wanted Javi Baez from the Cubs, and the Cubs said, give us Armstrong. And the Mets went, okay. So for a 2-month rental, they gave up their number one prospect. Morons.
Do you think the Rays got enough for a Rosarena?
Yeah, I do. 29-year-old outfielder. He's going to be 30 next year, making 10 plus million. And he was a major league average player this year. I'm curious who the player to be named later is.
I don't think I would, even though the playoffs didn't work out right. That trade worked out very well for Detroit. And I think he was better than 6-0 to end the season. I thought he was like 12-1 with Detroit or something like that. But hey, thanks for the question. 2 thumbs up.
Look at you. Doyle Alexander was 9-0 in 11 starts with a 1.53 ERA. They won the division on the final day of the season. And when you had to win the division to make the playoffs.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Jon Scott, we'll talk some Bills coming up in a bit. So we got into last segment, would you give up a gaudy prospect for a rental or maybe a short-term rental where, rest of this year and next year? Would you give up a guy who come back and really haunt you? Have a long, terrific baseball career is what we were talking. But, in football, it's the same deal. If you give up a first-round pick to the Niners for Brandon Ayuk and you end up a year later drafting so-and-so in the first round, and then they give you, 10 years of being an excellent player. It's like, I'll be darned. But like Mark, your team, one of the more famous rentals ever, 1987. They gave up a double-A pitching prospect to the Braves for a 36-year-old right-hander named Doyle Alexander. And at the time they acquired Doyle Alexander, he was 5-10 on a last-place Braves team with a 4.13 ERA, which in 1987 was bad.
That's huge. That's a big number.
Yeah. He goes to Detroit. 11 starts, 3 complete games. He's 9-0 in those 11 starts with a 1.53 ERA. The Tigers chase down the Blue Jays, catch them in the final weekend of the season, and then win the division on the final day of the season. And they don't win the division in 1987 without Doyle Alexander.
Not a chance. And that was such a great run, a great comeback, and memorable. They played, I believe, 7 games against the Jays to end the season. I don't remember which team had the 4-game homestand and the other one had the 3-game homestand, obviously. But it was a terrific, terrific end of the season. And I wouldn't nix that trade now. Detroit won the division. And I know they didn't win the World Series. They ran into Minnesota, who was hot, and the Homer Hanky and Ken Herbeck and all that crap. Yes. Damn Homer Hanky.
That still bothers you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So yeah, I mean, and the Pirates, the Tigers didn't have their pitching lined up at the start of the series, and the '87 Twins had Viola and Blyleven lined up and got off to the 2-0 start and 1-5. But anyway, and not that it bothered Mark or anything. I mean, the Tigers only went how many years till they made the playoffs again? Like
Oh,
19,
Yeah.
right? So now the minor league pitcher turned out to be a guy you may have heard of him, Jon Smoltz.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well,
Oh boy.
but you
Michigan
don't know it.
pitcher.
I mean, I don't remember Jon Smoltz at Double-A being a can't miss prospect.
He wasn't. I mean, he was a legit prospect, but it's not that. Listen, the Red Sox made a trade. I forget the year, but they needed a reliever. And Houston had Larry Anderson, who was a veteran right-handed reliever. And Larry was really good. He was usually an eighth inning guy, but the Red Sox needed a back end of the bullpen guy. And they traded a Double-A first baseman who had hit 4 home runs at the All-Star break. They had a major league first baseman, and they had this guy named Mo Vaughn at Triple-A. So they thought, well, we can give up that Double-A first baseman. And besides, he's got 4 homers. Larry Anderson goes to the Red Sox. They don't win the East without Larry Anderson solidifying the back end of that bullpen. He was lights out for the Red Sox down the stretch. Lights out. The Double-A first baseman with no power turned out to be Jeff Bagwell. Oh boy. But at the time, and then Anderson does his 2-3 months, and you're like, oh, listen, this is a hell of a deal. This is why you trade prospects.
Is this an oh boy, or is this a win-win? I mean, you keep looking at these as oh boys, like that they're bad trades for the teams that acquired Anderson and Alexander. They both won the division. Can it be a win-win? Does it have to be an oh boy every time?
No. It's not an oh boy. Okay, I said oh boy because as a fan, you look at it, historically 30 years later, and you go, oh boy, we did what? Doyle Alexander pitched 2 more years in the majors, and he was done. Larry Anderson didn't pitch, pitched a few years. I think he went from the 90 Red Sox to the 93 Phillies, and I don't think Larry went much longer than that. All right, and obviously these 2 Hall of Famers that were traded, who were Double-A guys. Smoltz hadn't harnessed it yet, obviously. Okay, and Jeff Bagwell, I mean, 4 home runs at the All-Star break. Double-A first baseman. And besides, they got Mo Vaughn. What do we need Jeff Bagwell for? Mo Vaughn's a step away from the majors, and then he's killing the ball. No, Mark, to me, that deal is a good deal. I don't care what Jon Smoltz does. That's why we stock our system with prospects, to use them to win. There's 2 ways to use them. Have them help us win directly, or have them help us win indirectly. And at the time, Mark, that was the only way you could make the playoffs. There was no wild card.
Well, then to your point, the Yankees need to be trading every prospect they have because they don't develop them anyhow.
That's an objective opinion from the outside. The Yankees obviously don't feel that way, but their prospects get worse as time goes on. And they have since basically Robinson. I mean, Aaron Judge is the only really good player they've developed since Robinson Cano.
That's not a very good track record.
No, it's not. Everybody else they've had to acquire. So you might as well trade these guys.
And acquire more players, because that's how you get better. That's how you've always gotten better. That's how you've gotten better since the 70s.
Right. Or fire Cashman and bring in an entirely new organization who maybe can develop people.
And I don't know if that's what the Yankees fan even wants. They want to acquire talent.
Right. It's fun, by the way. Acquiring talent is fun. It's sexy. I know these guys can play. I've seen them play.
And they're trying to sell high-priced tickets and high-priced beers. Prospects don't get that done. Named players do.
So trade deadline's Tuesday, 6 o'clock. Rays and Marlins are already at it. I think it's going to be nuts because you got way too many teams in contention. So I think it's going to be crazy. I think it's going to look closer to the NHL than it will the NFL. How about that?
Oh, boy. I mean, that's a 2 thumbs up, you're smiling all day type of day for you, David.
Oh, my goodness. I'd be Phil Mickelson with a 3-shot lead on Sunday, smiling so much, thumbs up so much.
2 thumbs up at the drive-thru today. They give you a thanks, double thumbs up.
Can I do it like Phil, though? Also, I got to give the look that goes with it. They'll call the authority. You do that at a drive-thru. They'll call the authorities, for goodness sake.
Oh, come on.
I mean, give thumbs up at the drive-thru?
Yeah.
I think you're.
In fact, both drive-thrus, when you pay and when you pick up.
I think you're doing meth. Give thumbs up at the drive-thru.
Just trying to make you a little more gentle in the face, David. That's all.
Tell you what, though, I am nicer than the people waiting on me in the drive-thru. Of course, if I dealt with the public as much as them, I'd be that grumpy too.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. As a school, Danish wanker, as a football team. I mean, that there's very different things there. UCF as a school is a very big school, lots of students. As a football team, will they make a bowl this year?
They better. Foot shortages? I did not see that, Feeney. Foot shortages. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. That's what the food.
Oh, food. Got it. Oh, I know what that means.
And that is for sure, eh?
So, you calling John?
Oh, crap. Yeah.
Jon Scott. Jon Scott TV. John's David Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Jon Scott up early these days. Long, hot days. Bills training camp. He's the main sports guy for the NBC affiliate in Buffalo, WGRZ Channel 2. Follow John on X. Jon, no H, Jon. Jon Scott TV. Jon Scott TV. John, it's David and Mark. Thanks for spending time with us this morning. How are you?
Doing well. Yeah, you're right. It is early mornings here. I actually like it. The Bills under Rex Ryan and some of the earlier head coaches, they did more midday, even evening training camp practices. Sean McDermott loves the 9:45 starts. So I like it too because we're out of there, out of the sun, off the field by noon. I'll take it. I'm an early riser more than a night owl anymore.
All right. The Bills today, the roster, the same, the better or worse than a year ago at this time?
It's definitely worse. I wouldn't go as far as saying like they're a bad team or anything. Obviously, Stephon Diggs is the most notable departure. And they had a lot of guys that were big-time names that also were in the crop of departures this offseason. With Jordan Poyer, we don't know the playing status of Micah Hyde, but he's currently not on the team. Tre'Davious White, Mitch Morse, Gabe Davis, and then you throw in Stephon Diggs. I mean, those are some of the most key players on this team for not just last year, but this run that they've ascended as the best team in their division and one of the best teams in football. But I would say this, there still is a lot of talent, and the most important position has one of the best players on the planet, and that is Josh Allen. So if you go position by position, they're not as strong as they've been in years past, but this is still a very good football team.
All right. You mentioned a few positions there. Let's just tackle them one by one. So who is replacing their top two receivers from a year ago?
It's going to be a collective. It's not going to be a one-for-one. They drafted Keon Coleman, the very first pick of the second round. He is not one-for-one going to replace Stephon Diggs. I mean, there's a very limited number of players in the NFL in its entirety that you could say could go one-for-one and replace Stephon Diggs. Same probably goes for Gabe Davis. They did sign Curtis Samuel but I don't know if Curtis Samuel 1-for-1 replaces Gabe Davis. They just have a lot of guys, and I don't think it's going to be there's our true number one, here's our true number two. I think it's going to be more of a collective approach. And I always hesitate to compare anyone to the Kansas City Chiefs because they're one of one. I mean, they defy the odds, it seems. But you've seen them go through Travis Kelce, they get rid of Tyreek Hill, and it's kind of been a collective approach. Yeah, Rashee Rice is good over there, but it's not like he replaced Tyreek Hill. I think the Bills are going to take a similar approach with the wide receiver group and say, between Curtis Samuel and between Khalil Shakir and between maybe Marquez Valdez-Scantling, maybe Chase Claypool, Curtis Samuel, I mean, this group as a whole, you may go 4 or 5 deep and try to collectively make up for the losses that they had at the top of their receiving group with Diggs and Davis.
Doesn't this put more pressure on a James Cook that they're going to have to utilize him more with the receivers being a little more of a collective?
Maybe, but I think that's going to go on the plate of Joe Brady, the new offensive coordinator. Does he want to put more on James Cook's plate? Do they want to run the football more? They did in the back end when Brady slid in for Ken Dorsey the back half of last season. But I don't think the Bills, and I don't think the Bills should, when you have a quarterback the caliber of Josh Allen, should shift your focus and be more of a 50-50 split. So I think you can utilize James Cook in the passing game more to make up for maybe some of those targets that have gone away between Diggs and Davis and others. But I don't know if it's going to be hey, let's run the football more. James Cook was a Pro Bowl back last year. So to ask him to do a lot more, I don't think you need to do that. I think if he's the same player he was a year ago or even marginally better, I think that is going to be a great asset to this offense.
Jon Scott does the sports for the NBC affiliate in Buffalo, Channel 2, WGRZ, and he's kind enough to join us right now. Follow him on X, John without the H, Jon Scott TV, Jon Scott TV. Well, they're making a big deal in Jacksonville about the signing of Morse at center. So is that as big a loss to the Bills as the Jags are making it sound like it's an addition to them, or is Buffalo going to be able to get around that?
They're confident in their plan, which is sliding Connor McGovern over, or in, I should say, from the guard position to center, and then sliding someone else into his position. But I will say this, Mitch Morse is a really good football player. He's a really critical football player. He, as the center, is the focal point and the leader and communicator and making the calls and the checks for that entire offensive line, which last season, it was the best Bills offensive line they've had in a long time. He's been a Pro Bowl player. He's been a great leader. I think he's an awesome person. So Jacksonville's getting a great player, and the Bills lost a great player. And it is going to be something that you got to monitor. I mean, even Josh Allen said something that's so funny to think about, but Connor McGovern snaps the ball different than Mitch Morse. We've seen games be decided by 4 snaps at times. So this is something that it's not the fun conversation to have of, we got to make sure that the snaps are going well and talk about who's playing center. But it is something to note. But the Bills believe that this plan of putting Connor McGovern, who played center at Penn State, but he hasn't played it really since in the NFL, that they're confident and comfortable with him being in that position. But I don't think anyone is expecting him to play at the level of Mitch Morse.
Is the back end of the defense good enough, John?
It's a wait and see. Now, I believe in Sean McDermott's system, and I think it's been proven that Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde, arguably the best safety duo in all of football for the past few years. But recently, the last maybe 1 or 2, they've both dealt with injuries, and they've both gone on the other side of 30. I still think those guys can play football, and Jordan Poyer is now in Miami. And again, Micah Hyde, he's deciding whether to retire or come back. They may not be as good, their replacements, whether that's Taylor Rapp or Mike Edwards or DeMar Hamlin or their second-round pick, Cole Bishop. However that shakes out, they may not be exactly what Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer were last year, but I think they could be close to what they were last year. They're not going to be the all-pros that those guys were a few years ago, but it is going to be a challenge because Micah and Jordan, even if physically they couldn't do what they used to, those guys were the leaders and the communicators in that back end, and you didn't even need to say things. use Tre'Davious White into that bucket as well. Those three guys played together since 2017, so there hasn't been a whole lot of turnover in the secondary for the Bills in that entire time span with Sean McDermott as the head coach. So it's going to be a different look, different feel, and I definitely think teams will and should test them out the gate.
Two-part question in a sense, John. It sounds as if this is a transition year for the Bills. Doesn't mean they can't win, but it just sounds as if it's a transition year. Usually teams don't perform better in a transition year than they did the year before. Are Bills fans going to be okay if they're a wild card team, they go out in the first round? You know, if what I mean, like, do they realize what seemingly McDermott and them are doing? You know, this is a transition. We'll probably be better in 25 and 26. We're going to get that ring, but I don't know that we're going to get it this year.
I think the vast majority of them are smart enough fans to understand that's what's happening. And listen, Brandon Beane, the general manager, hasn't really shied away from that's what's happening. They're not waving the white flag and throwing the year away. You never know what can happen. We thought the past 2 years of the Kansas City Chiefs were transition years, and they won the Super Bowl, and now their transition is over. Their roster is better than it probably was the past 2 years they've won the Super Bowl, and that's a scary thought. So the Buffalo Bills, they could get lucky. They have Josh Allen, so he could get on a heater. You never know. Sean McDermott's defenses are always pretty good, and so that's where anything could happen. But yes, the fan base and the people covering the team like myself, it absolutely is a transition year. The expectations are lower, not for this team. They still are going to try and believe that they can win the Super Bowl, but I don't think that is necessarily a realistic expectation to put on them. I still think they can win the division. I still think they can win a playoff game or do something, but I don't think that they're at that Super Bowl caliber level that they've been in the past, talent-wise across the board. But they had to do this because they were really in a salary cap bind, and so they had to move on from a lot of the key players. And I've heard from Bill Polian in the past couple months, and he said that this is just a natural transition point, and this is what happens in the build of franchises, is you can't be the exact same team at the exact same level forever. At some point in these builds, you're going to have to kind of churn some things over. And year 7, year 8, year 6, that's kind of the natural point. This is year 7 under Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott. And so this is where we are.
John, thanks for making time for us. Really appreciate it. Hope camp goes well for you and your crew. And hopefully we can check in right around the start of the year.
Absolutely.
Jon Scott, Channel 2 in Buffalo, WGRZ. He's the main sports guy. Follow him on X, John, no H, Jon, Jon Scott TV, Jon Scott TV. So to review, Mark, they're worse on the offensive line. They're worse at receiver, and they're worse in the secondary.
That sounds like you got it.
So if the Jets and the Dolphins can't get them this year, when are they going to get them?
That is a great question. That is an excellent question, David. And the Bills, Dolphins week 2 in Miami. Talked about it yesterday. They open with the Cardinals at home. That should be a win. Then they play at Miami. Home for the Jags, at the Ravens, at the Texans, at the Jets.
Not an easy start after the opener.
Not at all. Difficult start. A lot of road games. 4 road games in there, David.
And the one home game against Jacksonville, I think, is a Monday nighter. So they even have a short week thrown in early in the season as well. So there you have it. Our little, look-see, little check-in. We're trying to do a team a day at the very least. By the way, for those that are wondering, and we had Mark Packer, Gary Danielson on this week. We hit the Big Ten ACC Media Days. But the national college people have been running ragged for 3 weeks. And so, like the Bud Elliots of the world, Feeney in our Twitch chat room wants to know, we're going to hear from Josh Pate. Yes, but the last 3 weeks have not been a good time to get them. They're traveling on the road, CBS and 24/7, doing a lot more on-site coverage, hours a day. So, but yes, next week, early August, never mind the fact right before the season starts, Bud's a regular weekly guest. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll have them. But this is also, from a guest standpoint, this is a little bit of a transition period. Camp's just starting, some days we may have 3 people, some days we may have none. It all depends on the schedule.
And with what we're paying these guests,
they can say no. They really can.
And we're amazed at how many of them say yes on a regular basis. The text line is open. It's 21,000. Just want to, invite the texters. You don't just have to say sponsor as much as we'd like you to.
Sure. You could just say, listen, love the show. I got nothing for you. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, that works
You
too.
want to just add into the show our snarky poll question today? What is the worst non-sporting sporting event? The Olympic opening ceremonies, the Pro Bowl, or the Rose Bowl parade? I voted Rose Bowl parade. Pro Bowl is running away with it, David. 72% of the vote.
Got my vote. So Mark's already in a bad mood because he knows he's stuck watching the opening ceremonies tonight. And that's the beginning of 17 consecutive nights of Olympics.
Gave my wife a remote control lesson on how to get to Peacock, how to get to the Olympic coverage. Told her when she wakes up in the mornings, what she should be doing is going right to Peacock. There's going to be something on, something live that you and the daughter can watch before you take her to camp and you head off to work. Get that fever, that Olympic fever.
What did you say earlier? So the opening ceremonies tonight is a 3-mile boat ride?
3.7-mile boat ride down the Seine River. All the athletes go by boat, then they get off the boat and go into the Olympic Stadium.
So obviously they're dressed really nicely. That's well-dressed people on the boat ride. Can't let the flag hit the ground, though. Can't do that.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I didn't check. I don't know if it's news talk. I don't know if it's Spanish. I don't know. Don't know if it's B103. I know that we're trending in the right direction. 3 books ago, we were 4th. Then we were 3rd. Now we're 2nd.
If you guys are 2, who's 1? I don't get it.
In the ratings.
Oh, I don't remember.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 3 of Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of July. Halfway home for those of you in the 239 and the 904 as the Diamond District bonus hour is 1 hour away. I want to share this post on X from Pat 40. A lot of dissatisfaction emanating from the Olympic Village concerning buses and food. Not enough of either. Heard about some athletes on buses as long as 2 hours from the village to the swim venue. And some teams are bringing in their own food.
That's a problem, given the fact that they haven't really started the Olympics yet.
You know, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, we've had a handful of soccer games. We've had a handful of rugby games. I think there was archery being done yesterday morning as well. But for the most part, the Olympic Games have not started yet.
You know, maybe they are going to have to use the water taxis on that darn river. I mean, this seems like, listen, this can't be like the USGA and Sevi, showing up late for a tee time at the U.S. Open. I mean, because of traffic in Jersey. I mean, come on now. Can't have Katie Ledecky running into the darn swimming venue with her warm-up still on, okay, going, has the 800 meters started yet?
How do you run out of food on day 3?
And really day 1. But yes, I'm with you. And even if it's day 5, I'm guessing they probably had athletes in the Olympic Village, Sunday, Monday? 5-6 days ago. So,
but I know Paris hasn't done this. If they have, it's been a long time. But I mean, they do this every couple of years. They've got a really good idea logistically of how much they're going to need, how many athletes are going to be there, and therefore how much food they are going to need, how many buses they are going to need to transport people. This is not hard, David.
Couldn't they have just called the London folks from 8 years ago? Said, hey, you guys did a Summer Olympics, right? Yeah, 2016. So how'd it go for you? Any tips? Anything we need to know? What would you be more concerned about, by the way, the food or the bus delays?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I would be concerned with both equally, David, because an important thing for these events is for there to be athletes at the event. That just seems to be a prerequisite.
If they're hungry, it's not ideal, but it's okay.
Right. They can, maybe that'll spark a little more from them, but you would think that would take energy away. But, I want the athletes ready to compete and well-nourished. These seem to be basic problems here. I mean,
but
basic needs rather.
But if they're not well nourished, first off, there's snack machines, all right, at the venues, and there's concessions. I mean, food can be purchased, all right, but they have to be there. I would think that has to be number one. Where's Katie Ledecky? I don't know, but she's had some salmon and fruit. She's good.
Somewhere between the village and the swimming venue on a bus.
Right. But is she fed? Yes. I just text her. She's stuck in bumper to bumper traffic, but she is munching on some fruit. So anyway, because it's 2 p.m. over in Paris, and that's our live report from Pat 40 as of 29 minutes ago. Anyway, via X.
So I think 1:30 today is the start of the opening ceremonies. If you want to watch it live and see the boats, 1:30 today on Peacock.
So 7:30 Paris time.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
And then 7:30 tonight is when the tape delayed version will be on NBC.
Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning, Kelly Clarkson. Hello. So there you have it. Hey, can I transition to something that we might have a little more interest in? Football.
Okay. Good transition.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a question. There are no wrong answers, at least not now. There will be right or wrong answers as of January. Name me, because we talk about this every year. You got 14 playoff teams now. Ideally, you need to pick at least 5, maybe even as high as 6 new ones. But if you're making predictions and you want to be accurate, now, you got to get the right ones. But normally, plan on 5 new playoff teams and maybe even 6 if you're going to err. Name me one team in each conference that you will guarantee will not make the playoffs this year who made it last year. Guarantee me a team. As you're trying to find the 5 new ones, you obviously have to kick out 5 from last year. Name me an NFC team amongst Dallas, Philly, Detroit, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, Los Angeles. You are guaranteeing which one of those 7 will miss the playoffs this year.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Wow. I love it.
The Dallas Cowboys. This is not going to work this year. This whole everybody has to play thing, not being able to get the contracts done of any of the key players that you were supposed to get done in the offseason, everybody playing on essentially a one-and-done type contract. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think they got better. I think they're worse than they were a year ago.
Now, they have a lot of ground that they can lose, though. They went 12-5. If they're 2 games worse, 10-7 will more than likely, 90% likely to make the playoffs in the NFC.
Yep. 3 games worse won't. Still could get you in. 9 got you in last year. Tampa won the division with 9. But the Seahawks didn't make it with 9 as a wild card.
And the Saints didn't make it with 9, right?
Right.
So, okay, it's interesting you say that because I'm not high on Dallas this year either. So your lock, if you will, your lock in the NFC to miss the playoffs this year, who made it last year, is Dallas.
Dallas.
Wow, that's bold. Because I feel similarly, but I don't know if I'd, make them my lock. But I like that. AFC. Buffalo, Miami, Baltimore, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Houston, Kansas City. 2, 3, 1, 1. If you go by divisions, those were the playoff teams a year ago. Your lock in the AFC amongst those 7 that will miss it this year.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
I like that.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know what Russ is going to give them. They're going to have, every time Russ throws an interception, they're going to want Fields on the field and vice versa. I think this is going to be an interesting year for Pittsburgh, but with the schedule that they have more than anything and how they finish the season, 6 divisional games, the Chiefs and the Eagles are the other 2 of their last 8. That is one hell of a schedule, and I don't think that they can get to 10, and you're going to need to get to 10 to make the postseason in the AFC.
In fact, I think there's a chance you could get to 10 and miss the playoffs in the AFC.
Yeah, I don't. We say that a lot. That's putting a lot of teams on notice to get that, we're going to have that many teams with 10 or more.
I understand.
Once injuries start coming in on paper, I think it makes sense, but quarterbacks are going to get hurt. Teams are going to lose key guys.
I get it. There were 3 teams with 9 wins last year in the AFC who missed the playoffs. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Indianapolis.
Right.
Were the 3 teams in the AFC who had winning records yet missed the playoffs. So think about that. 10 teams in the AFC were winning records last year. And that's how good, deep that conference is. The team that okay, there's no guarantee here. There's no lock, there's no bet. Gut feeling. Deshaun Watson. Is he ever going to be a very good quarterback again? Because, Mark, if he were to be a very good quarterback this year, that team can go to the Super Bowl.
It's a Super Bowl defense.
It's a deep roster. Now, I have to admit, ironically, strength of the offense for the longest time was at the running back. I mean, I kind of wish that they had one more guy because, you can't count on Chubb. Sorry, can't. It's a devastating injury for a second time. But, I mean, if Deshaun Watson, he doesn't even have to play up to the contract, Mark. But, I mean, you know what I'm getting at? I mean, if Deshaun Watson could beat Kirk Cousins, they'd go to the AFC Championship game minimum. I really believe that.
If he's Kirk Cousins, they win the division. They win the division, David. Because the Bengals have a Browns problem. Joe Burrow has a Cleveland Brown problem. But we could talk about this division every day.
Yes, we could.
And literally have a different scenario of how the division's going to finish every day. It is the toughest division in football to predict. It's the best division, and it's the toughest to predict.
They won 11 games last year, and no one talks about the Cleveland Browns. And they won 11 games, and didn't Deshaun play in like 6 of them? I mean, they started 4 different quarterbacks last year. Nick Chubb missed almost the entire season. Deshaun Watson missed 2/3 of the season. They won 11 games.
And the last game that Watson played when he was hurt, he played well.
With a broken shoulder, he beat the Ravens in Baltimore. That is the team that I'm just like, man, are we sleeping on them, or did they overachieve last year? And I don't know. I just don't think we have a good read on the Browns. That's one of those, if they had a different helmet, Mark, honestly, if they went by a different name, I think we'd be talking about this team. That roster is good. And they kept their GM, they kept their coach. Okay, the Browns are pulling a Knicks. The Browns are getting their act together. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Wow. How old would you think Sandra Bullock is?
$56.
60.
Wow.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$21 past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So the Rays traded Randy Arozarena overnight, if you will, for 2 minor leaguers to Seattle and a player to be named later. The 2 minor leaguers, one a pitcher, one an outfielder, considered top 15 prospects in the Mariners organization. Arozarena is 29, making $8 million. He had 2 more years of arbitration ahead of him. So figure on 10 plus million and 12 to 14 million probably. Arozarena not having a good year, hitting 211. We've had Steve Carney on the show who has said, he just thinks Randy got too big, too muscular. All right, lost a little something. But Seattle went and got him, and that's what the Rays got for him. And obviously, Randy land out in left field there. That's no more.
That's done.
Yeah. So, and Mark's daughter's favorite baseball player is now in Seattle, so that's a problem.
Been a tough year for her sports-wise because her favorite car in the NASCAR circuit no longer sponsors the car.
Yeah, Skittles.
Right, Skittles M&M car with you
right.
alternated between the two. That's gone.
Yep. So
now Rosarena's gone.
Yep. Well, I think it's good. She's just old enough now to feel disappointment and hurt. And it's good to know as a sports fan, because that's what you're going to experience a lot of the rest of your life as a sports fan. I feel as if, this is about the time she turned 10 this year. 9, 10 is when she started experiencing, disappointment and hurt. That's about right.
Boy, you are making them grow up quickly.
I think it's because my teams when I was 9 and 10 all were losing.
David, I know nothing differently until 84 for me. Every team I rooted for until 84 wasn't just bad. They, for the most part, were really bad. Those Tigers teams through the 70s were not good. The Pistons were awful. The Red Wings were called the Dead Wings. And the Lions, well, they've been the Lions. I mean, up until last year, they were the Lions. So I understand completely where you're coming from. And maybe that's where you and I developed our snark at an early age.
You mentioned the Lions. There is some news this morning. Their kicker off and on the last 2 years, Michael Badgley. He apparently hurt himself yesterday at practice to the point where he's out for the year. He's going to have surgery, and he's already been placed on injured reserve. So I forget the kid's name, but he was the sensation of the
UFL, right?
Right. Well, that's who they signed, and he's now, I think his first name's Jake, but he's going to be their kicker because they got nobody else. Now, he was making, I think, 3 field goals beyond 60 yards in the UFL. I mean, he was a sensation. The Lions won a bidding war for him.
Jake Bates.
There you go. But anyway, so, it's worth noting.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, they're not going to use him anyhow. They don't kick field goals.
Ha! Look at you. See, that's the right amount of snark, I feel. As if you brought the right amount to the table.
Let me throw the questions you threw at me last segment back at you, because you agreed with me, I think, on Pittsburgh not making the playoffs. You did not give your NFC team that you would guarantee as a lock to miss the playoffs who made the playoffs a year ago.
I have to admit, lock, I felt I made it very difficult on you. So I don't appreciate you turning around and making it very difficult on me, because to say that a team is a lock, I am with you, though. Like in my head, I am making my predictions as to how I think this year is going to go. And I am prepared to predict Dallas to miss the playoffs. I am. Now, a lock,
that's those are tough words, right? That can come back and bite you when you're saying that a team who won 12 games a year ago is a lock to miss the playoffs the next year. That little segment, they could come back and really clean me out on that and find it on Twitch and get the clip and say, that's where Miller was wrong again.
It's not just they won 12 games last year, Mark. They won 12 games the year before, and they won 12 games the year before that. So I do find it funny, all the Cowboy fans who don't like their coach. Now, remember, you got rid of Jason Garrett. Why? Because he was Mr. 8-8, 9-7, Well, Mike McCarthy's at least taking you to 12 wins. Now, he's doing about as well as January as Jason Garrett did. But, I mean, you do have to acknowledge you're better coach now. Right? I mean, Jason Garrett ever have a 12-win season? One, maybe? McCarthy's done it 3 years in a row. By the way, McCarthy, who apparently can't suck enough, even though he won a Super Bowl in Dallas, ironically, he took play calling away from the very popular offensive coordinator, who then went to the Chargers, and that worked out well, Kellen Moore. Also, McCarthy took play calling away because he felt the offense was too predictable. Who led the NFL in passing yards last year? Dak Prescott. Who led the NFL in receptions last year? CeeDee Lamb. And what did Mike McCarthy say upon taking over the play calling? We're going to mix things up a little bit. We're not just going to line everybody up where they've been in the past. Everybody knew pre-formation who was going to be where and what they were going to do. Now, I'm going to move CD around. Well, it worked. He caught 8 passes a game. But remember, he's a bum. He sucks. He sucks. Once again, do we think it's the coaching in Dallas, or do we think it's the picking of the players? What do we think the problem is in Dallas? What's been the constant for the last 30 years, most of the last 30 years?
That would be the guy picking the players.
Now, Dak, has not, he was better earlier in his career in the playoffs than he's been lately. And that's disappointing. You would think it'd be the other way around. Mark, I always wondered, because I believe Dak's best team was his rookie year, 2016. And Dak played terrifically in that playoff game against Green Bay. Threw for 300 yards, threw 3 touchdowns. He did have 1 pick. But he was terrific that day. And they scored, I think, 35 points. Aaron Rodgers was amazing. Amazing. He just stole a playoff game. Because Dallas was better than Green Bay. They were. And Aaron Rodgers was unconscious. Remember the throw, end of the game, he's running to his left to the sideline, and we think he's throwing the ball downfield out of bounds, and he throws a 40-yard strike to a receiver who's blanketed, who catches it along the sidelines to get him in winning field goal range. I mean, honestly, it's up there with one of the 3 greatest throws you've ever seen in your life. And I always wondered, Mark, would Dak and the Cowboys, would this era have gone differently if Aaron Rodgers hadn't just single-handedly beat them? They would have hosted the NFC title game the next week against Atlanta. Those little things.
It's funny looking quickly at their schedule. It's not that daunting. They seemingly have breaks in their schedule, do the Cowboys. They do play the AFC North. That's obviously no easy task. But there are spots in that schedule where you look at them and go, okay, this is doable for the Cowboys. They don't have that rough 6-game stretch that a lot of other teams have.
Their AFC crossover game, though, I believe, is Houston.
It is.
And they open in Cleveland with Tom Brady on the call, Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, he's not overhyped geezer in this sense, though. I mean, he's been a clutch player. So, I mean, would you rather be a 300 hitter who doesn't perform in the clutch or a 255 hitter who performs in the clutch? But he has struggled this year. He's had a bad year.
Wow, some good baseball series this weekend. Guardians, Phillies, Padres, Orioles, Yankees, Red Sox, Braves, Mets, Dodgers, Astros, and Cubs, Royals is somewhat interesting. Pirates, Diamondbacks, Tigers, Twins. Pretty good weekend of baseball.
Agreed.
Someone on the text line made a good comment. So I was just at Disney World. Probably should talk to the Disney World people about how to run buses. They seem to have it down.
Well, didn't they reject? Didn't Disney want to put a place in Paris? Or they did for a
There
short
was,
time or something?
wasn't there a
Right.
Disney Euro
Yeah.
for a while? No, but I'm just talking the buses. But yes, I think
Yes.
Why is that?
Because they're not trying to hit for average. They're only trying to hit home runs. They're just trying to hit the ball in the air.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour. So we asked a question at the beginning of the hour, who's your lock to miss the playoffs? Who made the NFL playoffs a year ago? I just want to point this out. You all come to the conclusions you're going to come to. I mean, the season kicks off in 41 days. Miller and Moulton, especially Moulton, have a tendency to emphasize the schedule more than most, although it was nice for the two of us when we had Sal Palantonio last week to say, listen, not a huge prediction guy, but the two things I do take into consideration are turnovers by the quarterback and schedule. This year's crossover, the NFC South plays the AFC West. That's a good draw for the Bucs and the Falcons and the Saints, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, you got one team in which you go, oh boy, but the other three, you think, oh, we can beat them. Not a lot of divisions in the NFL in which you look at three of the four teams and go, oh, we can beat them. You know, like for instance, Mark has Dallas missing the playoffs. The NFC East plays the AFC North. Can't get a tougher crossover, can you?
And a first place schedule on top of that.
So, you know, if you're looking, say it comes down to a wild card. Say it comes down to Tampa Bay or Dallas for a wild card. Look at the advantage that the Bucs have just in terms of their AFC crossover schedule. Shouldn't they be able to pick up at least a game on the Cowboys based on their AFC crossover schedule alone? Although in that case, since Tampa finished in first and Dallas finished in first, obviously they're going to play each other this year, but you know the point I'm making. So just something to get. For the record, AFC West plays NFC South. AFC South plays NFC North. By the way, that's a little tougher, I think, for Houston, Jacksonville, Indianapolis this year, because last year they drew the NFC South. The AFC North teams draw the NFC East, and the AFC East teams draw the NFC West.
Which that seems like a break for the AFC East teams. I mean, I know Seattle will be average, but Arizona we don't expect much out of. That's one good team. One, you're high on the Rams, but we don't know.
Now, last year, the AFC East played the NFC East, which turned out to be two good teams, two bad teams. So you could argue it's actually slightly tougher crossover this year for the AFC East teams, but it's pretty even. That's if scheduling means something to you. That's if you think that, the difference at the end of the day when you look could be, man, look at the 3 different games so-and-so had to play compared to so-and-so. Or, man, they had to play the AFC North. They went 1-3. That's why they missed the playoffs. Well, okay. Well, that's how it goes sometimes.
If Atlanta is going to be a playoff team this year, they're going to be one of those teams that starts out poorly and has to rally from a rough start, because the Atlanta Falcons, David, start their season with Pittsburgh, at Philadelphia, home for Kansas City. Then they get New Orleans at home, then an early game with Tampa. In fact, Tampa and Atlanta play both of their games against one another before October's up. We talked about Pittsburgh and how they finished with all the divisional games. Atlanta and Tampa play 2 games in October against one another. A Thursday nighter in Atlanta, and then in Tampa on Sunday, October 27th.
That week 1 game is very intriguing, obviously, because the new offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh just happened to be the head coach in Atlanta for the 3 years before that. So that's interesting. Never mind Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson are the 2 quarterbacks, and neither one were on those 2 teams a year ago. I mean, and I think that's just going to be a 1:00 game, right? That's not a Thursday, Sunday night, Monday night, special. That's
Nope.
just 1:00 Sunday, Pittsburgh, Atlanta. Pretty darn good.
And then you'll actually see Atlanta week 2 because that's a Monday night game at Philadelphia.
Some very interesting, very good week 1 matchups. I mean, right now, Jags Dolphins. I mean, that could determine if you don't think the Dolphins are going to win the East, and if you don't think the Jags are going to win the South, then is that a wild card eliminator?
It's got all the makings of one. And I almost, the Dolphins have a lot of those games that could make you think that they're a playoff team or make you think that they don't even get in the playoffs. And what do the Dolphins start? The Dolphins start out with the Jags. I mean, is that a must? That early?
No.
It's home.
Week 2's a must. Don't they host Buffalo?
Thursday night.
Yeah. That's the must. That's the one they have to get. By the way, you're picking the Cowboys to miss the playoffs. I'm picking the Bills. 4 straight AFC East division titles, Bills. Yeah. This has got to be it, man. This is their worst team this decade so far. And I think this will be their worst team till at least 2027 or 2028. Because I think the Bills will be better next year and the year after. Because they have cleaned up their cap this year. They have moved on. They've gotten younger. This is probably Von Miller's last year. They'll be able to shake free of him in that contract. But to me, this is, come on, Jets and Dolphins. One of them has to get the Bills this year. Have to.
It might be the Jets, David. Listen to how, for starting in November, this is not easy for the Miami Dolphins. At Buffalo to begin November. At the Rams the next week on Monday night. Then 2 games that are must-wins. Home for Vegas, home for New England. Then they finish Thanksgiving Day at Green Bay. The next week, home for the Jets. At Houston. Home for San Francisco. And then they finish at Cleveland and at the Jets.
Yeah, not easy.
I mean, they better bank a lot of wins in September and October.
Well, and I think October's the month where they got to get them, too. I know they end the month with the Bills in Buffalo or the very early November, but, I mean, to me, the Dolphins have to bank the wins in October. Which they've done, by the way, the last couple of years. They've been really good before the leaves turn and the leaves fall.
But this schedule does them no favor. A lot of cold weather games for the Miami Dolphins, beginning with the at Buffalo game in early November.
Tell you what, though, that's a break. Man, that could have been late December.
But they're going to Green Bay late. They're going to Cleveland late. They're going to the Jets late. Yeah, it's a break not going to Buffalo, but they finish at Cleveland and at the Jets. That's not a break.
I agree with that. But I think if you ask a Dolphins fan and say, hey, they'd go, listen, we'll take at Buffalo early November for the rest of time. For the rest of time, we'll take at Buffalo early November.
But that worries me because Miami's not a cold weather team. They're not built that way. It's not. Nothing about them says, ooh, let's get them outside in November because that's when they'll really shine.
Well, listen, if they can't handle Buffalo in early November, from a weather standpoint, then there's no sense talking about this team. I mean, come on now. We're not saying early January. We're talking early November. I mean, I don't even think it'd be below 0 at night, even. Be close, but come on. They're not that soft, are they?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they are, David. They're a soft team. Come on.
No. They are soft, but they're not that soft.
Prove it.
Buffalo in early November?
Could be 40 below in early November in Buffalo. You never know. 84 inches of snow.
You've lived in Florida too long. They are soft, though. Cowboys are soft. Jags are soft. Dolphins are soft until proven otherwise. Your teams that if a physical team punches you in the mouth, you guys fall apart. And as pointed out in our Twitch chat room, Jordan Poyer is now with the Dolphins. He said, listen, when I was in Buffalo, our thought was we punched you guys in the mouth. It was over. You guys would not handle it.
They're great if you get them in a shootout. They're great. You want to open it up, throw it all over the lot. There's nothing more fun than watching Miami when they're on. But from November on, there's a lot of games on the road against good football teams. That's prove it time, David.
The Jets should get off to a good start. The Steelers should get off to a good start. If you're a believer in schedules, those are two teams who should get off to very good starts. A lot of wins before November on both of their schedules. Week 1, tricky. Both on the road. Both will be underdogs at Atlanta, at San Francisco. Not easy. But the rest of September and October, a lot of wins on both of their schedules. They just have to do the job and post them. So we're feeling it. Everybody's at camp. There's a preseason game next Thursday.
Diving into schedules.
Guys are already out for the year with injuries. The Rams have lost a corner. The Vikings have lost the starting corner. Vikings lost their nickel corner for the year with a torn ACL. And remember, they had their 4th-round pick tragically killed in the car crash, and he was going to be in the secondary. So the Vikings have had an awful spring and summer when it concerns their secondary. I would think they'd have to go out and sign somebody, at least one person. So we got holdouts, we got hold-ins. Did you see the video of the Dolphins players coming over to Tua on the sidelines going, please come back, please sign? I mean, they were playful and all, but apparently Mike White and Skylar Thompson got their kicked yesterday by the first-team defense.
And that surprises no one.
That's the other thing. You're talking, for those of you who don't want the Dolphins to pay Tua, we'll reiterate the two guys behind him are Mike White and Skylar Thompson. What are you doing? Yes, he wants more money and more guaranteed money than you want to give him. Do you have another viable option? No. Do you really want to hope Dak becomes a free agent? What do you think it'll cost to get Dak?
60. Book it, by the way.
Tua said it's the cost of doing business. He was right.
And Miami doesn't want to do business. Miami thinks that they can get a bargain, and Tua wants nothing to do with the bargain. Wants nothing to do with incentives. He wants to get paid. He played every game last year. That's what you asked. Going into last year, what was asked of Tua? Be healthy. He was healthy.
The thought in Green Bay, by the way, is that the Packers and Jordan Love have agreed on the money. They haven't agreed on the structure of it. The Packers historically do not like a lot of guaranteed money. They like to give the money in big signing bonuses and then big roster bonuses. You know, third day of the league year, if you're on the roster, you get blank. But they don't like to do a lot of guaranteed money. And we've seen what the quarterback contracts are. And Jordan Love and his agent reportedly are looking at the Packers going, you're not paying attention to present day, are you? I don't know what to tell you. You guarantee the money. That's how it works. So that'll be interesting. You know, if you're Jordan Love, you could go, well, I mean, come on, are they really going to cut you 2 years from now? Well, if you suffer a big injury, they might. And that's why he and his folks want it guaranteed.
Same thing with all of them. And I think eventually they'll get it, David.
I think the quarterbacks will.
Right.
And the diva wide receivers are getting it too. And the big defensive linemen are also.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA-certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District. And all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do. and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Don't think Tannehill's interested in going somewhere and being a backup right now. I think Tannehill's waiting to see if somebody gets hurt. Tannehill's waiting to pull a Flacco.
You seen the Jags' first 5 games?
Mm-hmm. Woo. Have you seen the Jags' first 12? The Jags can, I think, win their last 4 games, but the Jags could be 6-6 maybe or worse.
I think, David, I'm going to record. I might have you record it too. We'll both do it. Just saying this is Miller and Moulton. Instead of that 10-second thing, it's going to be about a 2-second transition now because we don't need that whole 10. If you look at our old log, it's not even really part of it.
Okay.
But it's nice for me to know that I've got to hit the button or whoever's producing to have a cue.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, 4th and final hour of the show and final hour of our week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Text the show 21,000, whatever's on your mind. Your thoughts on the Rays trading away a Rosarena when they're a game over 500 and within a handful of games of the playoffs. Should they be selling or should they at least be holding through the weekend? A 3-game home series against the Reds. Sell on Monday or Tuesday, but don't sell now. Mark and I are in favor of it.
Been in favor of it for a couple of weeks. This is a 500 club at best. The run differential is lousy. And this is Tampa being Tampa. Rosarena had 2 more years, arbitration years. His salary was going to go up over $10 million next year, probably a little bit more the following year. This is a Tampa salary dump. This is what they do.
They get a pitcher, they get an outfielder, they get a player to be named later. The 2 minor leaguers named in the deal are considered top 15 prospects within the Mariners organization, which is considered to be a good organization for what that's worth. But, you look at the Rays, they're 3 games behind the Red Sox. The Red Sox are a game behind the Royals for the final playoff spot, tied in the loss column. I mean, right now, Mark, the Rays are 4 games out of the playoffs. And they traded away Randy Arozarena. That's bold or foolish, especially since they're getting some pitching back. They're kind of like Texas. Texas whooped up on the White Sox this week, swept the 4-game series. Or a game below 500, 2.5 back in the division, 3 in the loss column. And Texas is like, the cavalry is coming. They're getting 4 guys back in the next 2 to 3 weeks. They're like, yeah, I don't even know if we have to make a deal at the deadline. We just got to make sure guys rehab and don't re-injure. We might steal this sucker yet.
Texas, what are they right now? 2.5 back of the Astros.
Yep. 3 in the loss column. 2.5 back.
And did exactly what we said they needed to do. They needed to play the White Sox and win all 4, and they managed to pull it off.
The White Sox are 51 games below 500 in July. That is unbelievable. They've played 105 games.
The Marlins have won 10 more games than the White Sox have. That's the closest team to them as far as bad teams in Major League Baseball right now.
And the Marlins just took 2 or 3 from the Orioles and split a 4-game series with the Mets. Marlins have actually been solid after the All-Star break. But now they're starting to trade off too. A.J. Puck got traded last night, a lefty. He's been a starter, been a reliever, good solid arm, 29 years of age. Traded him to the Diamondbacks. Here it comes. They got a reliever everybody wants. They got Jazz Chisholm, Josh Bell, Berger. They got there should be 4 or 5 more deals in the Marlins' future. There really should. And the Rays got what? The Lowe, the Lau. They got a bunch of guys that they can unload.
The White Sox are on pace right now, David, to lose 121 games.
Which would the Mets went 40 and 120 back in 62. That one Tigers team lost 119 games, though. It came real close, and they had to win like the last 3-4 games of the year to make sure they didn't match the Mets.
I mean, they're winning basically 1 of 4 games right now. They're 257s, their winning percentage.
That's just unbelievable. They've been outscored by 200 runs in 105 games. Wow, it's a major league team. Major league. Man, oh man. And they haven't fired their manager either. I guess they figured out what's the point. But trade deadline's Tuesday, 6:00. Hey, I was thinking about this last night. Mark, this just in. I've had a lot of time alone at night. And So the NFL does Hard Knocks training camp, and now they do Hard Knocks off season,
which has been great.
So you've liked it.
I've loved it.
Okay.
A lot of insight that we don't normally get. I mean, conversations that we don't hear.
Shouldn't Major League Baseball and the NHL be doing stuff like this?
Absolutely.
And I
don't know if there's an appetite for it the way that there is for the football, but I would be doing it. Yes.
Well, obviously, our biggest appetite is for football, but it is interesting that the NFL, who doesn't need it, is continuing to feed us. And we're like, we really don't need this dessert. Nah, it's okay. We're offering it. And, you might actually like it. Here, try it. No, try it. I'm really not interested in that front office Hard Knocks cake. No, try it.
Here's the problem, though. There are not necessarily there are the occasional starting jobs up for grabs in the NFL, but there are jobs that are there to be had, won or lost during training camp. When you look at baseball right now, there aren't many jobs that are won or lost in training camp. The roster is predetermined by the contracts that the players have signed. The same thing with hockey. And so I'm all for it, but there's not the same cut factor of a player.
I understand. How about this, though? There's a lot of talking during a baseball game from players, umpires, coaches, and managers. I mean, there's a lot of talking. I mean, you start throwing some microphones around, you start recording this stuff, you'll get great material. Great material. Guys in the bullpen checking out the women in the crowd. I mean, seriously, you could have a very entertaining if you wanted to. But how about this if you're baseball? Why can't you roll cameras and microphones the final 10 days of July? Trade deadline. I mean, come on. They're doing nothing but communicating with one another. They're doing nothing but discussing the framework of deals, possible deals. You don't think edit this after the fact and spend the month of August into early September showing us what went down at the trade deadline behind the scenes, what didn't go down, what teams tried to do but couldn't? Obviously, the teams don't want to expose this. The teams are a total no. But we talk to David Sampson every week, and he talks about how, listen, we were obsessed with the NFL and what they were doing. I mean, don't you then look at the owners and go, well, they're doing it and they don't have to. And, the Giants organization's fine. Yeah, they got a few bad headlines and a few bad articles written about them, and Saquon's a little annoyed with them. They'll be okay. Toughen up, bucko,
But I mean, actually, if Saquon's upset about anything that was done, this was the fact that they called him, hey, we're going to let you test free agency. You're going to call us back and give us your offer and see if we can match it. You said you wanted to be a Giant for life, but we think it's fair to you to go out and be able to test the waters. That was stuff. That's type of conversations we love.
Right. And, Saquon's side of the story is the Giants never made the Eagles offer. The Giants side of the story is we were never given a chance to match the Eagles offer, which, there was an understanding that he would call us up and say, okay, here it is. Here's the best offer. Match it. I'm a Giant. Don't match it. I'm going here. So I don't think Joe Schoen, clearly Joe Schoen had two opportunities to sign him to a multi-year contract. They didn't both times. They chose Daniel Jones over Saquon Barkley. That's something that Joe Schoen is going to have to live with during his tenure as Giants GM. And if Jones doesn't perform this year, then that is a colossal failure. Colossal.
Which would mean they'll lose both and have nothing.
And will have wasted 2 years' time and a lot of money. Yes.
And that, they got him the receiver. We'll see what happens to see if Jones can stay healthy. First and foremost, just stay healthy.
Well, think about what's been exposed this year by the Giants front office. That first off, some fans feel they mishandled the Saquon situation. Also, that Listen, they tried to trade up to draft a quarterback, even though they owe this guy $40 million fully guaranteed for this year. He's just starting year 2 of a 4 for 160 contract that the general manager signed him to. And yet the general manager was desperately trying to draft his replacement, and nobody would deal with him.
They did an exercise and went through all of the quarterbacks that were drafted from 2010 on and that are still with their team. And it really seemed like Dable did not want a quarterback. It was a talk radio show, David.
Mm-hmm.
It really was. And they've got the highlighter and they're going through the quarterbacks. And I'm going, this sounds like a segment we've done. In fact, I think we have done this segment.
And by the way, this was the edited version. I mean, not that the Giants have final say, but I'm willing to bet a large amount of money that the Giants vetoed some stuff. That it was edited and shown to them and they went, oh, no. Or after it was said, somebody leaves a room and they go, yeah, you can't use that. I don't mind this, but you can't use that. Plus the other thing was, like, Saquon knew his phone conversation with Joe Shane was being recorded. They both knew when they went through that. They were basically doing it for Hard Knocks. And yet the Giants are going to survive. They're fine. Saquon's a big boy. He's going to play on a really good team. By the way, why are people not saying, if you were Saquon Barkley and the money was even, where would you have played?
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm a Giants fan. If I'm Saquon Barkley, I'm going to Philly. It's a far better offensive line. They're a winning team. I've been to the playoffs once. My line has sucked. If I'm Saquon, the Giants offer needed to be better. Plus, you had 2 chances to sign me and didn't. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. That's all 25 minutes away. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No ambient. Sonny, you might not watch any of the Olympics. Really? I find the swimming and the track and field to be very exciting.
I like water polo. That's my curling of the summer games.
Gotcha. I have got so much to do today, and I have to get in a nap. Yeah, I mean, ambient. I think I've seen college water polo out west.
College out west. The Pac-12 used to be pretty good at it when it was Pac-12.
I got something here if you don't have anything.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, along with some final thoughts, coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. So, we've had a fairly newsy morning this week with seemingly one or two stories every day. This hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen apparently by the end of the business day today. Mark, this could go down as one of the most historic days in the history of college sports. The House versus NCAA long-form settlement will be filed in the Northern District of California today. It's a 10-year settlement. It includes revenue sharing for athletes, new roster limits for every sport, and arbitration to enforce disputes. And the expectation is lawyers will pick the arbitrators before the final hearing of the suit. Now, we've had Jeffrey Kessler on before. He's one of the two plaintiffs' attorneys. The defendants are the NCAA and the Power 5 conferences. They have agreed to the broad strokes of this settlement 2 months ago. Kessler told On3 within the hour that the settlement would be filed by the end of the business day Eastern time zone. Enforcement will be up to the leagues. The NCAA and the conferences have also agreed to back pay $2.8 billion to athletes, which will be paid out over a 10-year period of time. The distribution model is 75% of the money going to football, 15% to men's basketball, 5% to women's basketball, and 5% divided by remaining athletes. NIL going forward is supposed to be now the original intent of NIL. Valid business purposes related to the promotion of endorsements of goods or services provided to the general public for profit.
That last part of that's key, because a lot of these collectives are trying to use some not-for-profits and charitable work and trying to get money in that way.
Athletic scholarships limits are going to go up, but walk-ons are going to be eliminated.
Huh?
Yeah. Football will now have a roster limit of 105. Everybody's on scholarship. There are no walk-ons. Mac Brown, Dabo Swinney, a lot of coaches, impassioned, eloquent, in fact, during this month. Dabo yesterday talking about he was a walk-on at Alabama and the difference it made in his life to be part of Gene Stallings and Alabama football, and then to be a grad assistant with Coach Stallings and what his life has become. And he said, I wasn't good enough to get one of the 105 scholarships, not at Alabama anyway. Now, remember, Dabo then, if he wanted to, in theory, could have played at the FCS level, could have played at the D2 level, and been on scholarship, if you will, but it would not have been the life that he has now. Clemson, where he's at, Mark, has a rich walk-on tradition. There's a trophy named after like the best walk-on. At Texas A&M, the 12th man who wears the number 12 starts out as a walk-on. Beginning next year, not this season, next year, the intent is 105 is the limit. Now, oftentimes, football teams have 120 people associated with it. 85 scholarship, and we're not talking about coaches. We're talking about walk-ons. By the way,
you have the 3 number 3s and the 4 number 8s and all that stuff.
Here's the other thing. Most teams only travel about 80 or 85 to road games. Mac Brown was talking about that this week, in which he said, so let me get this straight beginning next year. And he said, he goes, listen, I got 6 walk-ons who are sons of very influential boosters. Okay. And are they ever going to play it down at North Carolina? Maybe not. But they like being part of the team. They're playing football. Okay. At their beloved family school. And I have to tell them when this year is up that they can't be here anymore, at least not to play football. He goes, why? Why are we doing this? And then he says, let me get this straight. Let's just say I decide to keep them. I'm going to offer 5 of the scholarships to the influential boosters' kids, even though they can't help us win. I want to do it. But then I'm not going to bring them to road games because they don't make the cut. He goes, what part of the team is that? So, okay, 105 for football. Baseball. Now, we're going to be in favor of this. And most people never knew this. We've talked about it a few times. Baseball only has 11.7 scholarships. And what they've been doing at the big schools is everybody on the team gets a third of a scholarship. That's just the way it is. Well, now they're going to increase it to 34 scholarships. Now, the big boys can afford this. The mid-majors?
The low majors?
Men's and women's basketball. Women's basketball has had 15 scholarships for a while. Men have had 13. A year from now, men will have 15. That's 2 more scholarships at the Division I level per school. There's over 350 schools that play basketball. That's an additional 700 scholarships at the Division I level.
David, what are they doing for the women's sports to make the scholarships equal? I hear where you're adding a lot of scholarships on the men's side, but because of Title IX, doesn't the scholarship number have to be equal?
Not in this settlement, Mark. They're basically saying to the universities, figure it out with the other sports. And men's and women's soccer, double the number of scholarships. 14's going to 28. So that's the settlement. Financial aid for athletes, the traditional scholarship, and then academic award money, cost of attendance. Ross Bjork, the AD at Ohio State, says you're going to end up with a revenue sharing and an NIL ecosystem also. It's supposed to go into effect, or it's supposed to be signed, if you will, or filed, I guess, as an agreement by the end of business today at the East Coast time. It will go into effect a year from now. And just because, like FGCU in Jacksonville and North Florida, the people listening in the 239 and the 904 right now, just because UNF and JU and FGCU can offer 34 baseball scholarships, 28 soccer scholarships, and 15 now men's basketball scholarships, do they have the wherewithal to do it? They can do it legally, but can they financially afford to?
I see student fees going up. Someone's got to pay for this.
Or the AD just saying to his coaches in those sports, yeah, we're not going to be competing at the level everybody else competing at. Can't afford it.
And will sports go away because of this? That's the other side of it.
Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. All coming up. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, the coaches might be united, but I don't see how they can change this. I don't know how much power the coaches have.
Very little.
It's what happens. You took the money. Shut up and play by the rules. I'm just curious if the athletes will agree to this deal. I mean, this is a deal being put into place, and are the athletes going to be okay with it? What if the athletes unite and go, no?
It is creepy to date someone that young.
Yeah.
It is.
It's
And trust me, when I got divorced, I dated much younger women for a good 3 years. In the, 10-year range, 12-year range.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you've had a good week. Thanks for ending it with us, so to speak. A lot going on. The Olympics get underway tonight.
Well, today. I mean, people can watch on Peacock if they so choose to.
That is true.
I know you're in a cable world, but you have Peacock.
I do. My wife's watching it right now, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
she's got the fever all of a sudden?
No, she's not watching the Olympics. No. But she watches like 2 or 3 shows on Peacock, and so
she doesn't do even the opening ceremonies. That doesn't.
You know what? Put it this way: we've been married nearly 30 years. We've been married for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be our 8th Summer Olympics married, and I don't think we've ever watched the opening ceremonies.
Wow, that's a bit of a surprise. I know she's not a sports fan, but I thought this might be the 1 or 2 things that crosses over, and not so much the games themselves, but just the pageantry of the opening ceremonies. I'm a little surprised.
Well, and I think she likes Kelly Clarkson, and and has occasionally found Peyton Manning to be funny. So maybe there's a chance. I'll bring it up tonight. I'll say, hey, listen, do you want to go there? She usually would much rather watch like a police drama where people are being harmed.
Well, I mean, there's a good chance with all the things going on in the rail systems around France that this could be just like a police drama watching the opening ceremony.
That's true. It could turn into the news. Good point, Mark.
Someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And we need an 8-track.
We need a lot, David. We need a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, I'm contacting someone after the show to redo our audio, so.
1775 we start today, David.
Wow.
Big day for you. The post office was established today.
Oh, happy birthday to you. It's older than our country. Yeah.
It's because Ben got things done.
Yes, he did.
He's a mover and a shaker.
Good for him. So let's see. So the post office is 249 years old.
Today, the office of the chief examiner opened. 1908. It was renamed, David. That didn't have it. But the Federal Bureau of Investigation sounded better. It would be renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So the FBI, born today in 1908.
What was it originally called again?
The office of the chief examiner.
I was going to say, that sounds like we're at the morgue. We're identifying bodies.
Big day in 48. Some very big things today. President Truman desegregates the U.S. Armed Forces today in 48. It's kind of a biggie.
And with Jackie Robinson 15 months earlier, breaking the color barrier of Major League Baseball. Listen, you go through our nation's history, sports and the military have done as much or more for civil rights as any other part of this country.
Pete Rose ties Ty Cobb today when he hit his 3,502nd single while playing for the Expos in 1984.
That's where he got his 4,000th hit. He was a Montreal Expo when he got his 4,000th hit.
George Bush signs the American with Disabilities Act today in 1990. And Pee Wee Herman got arrested for pulling it today in the adult movie theater in Sarasota in 1991. George Bernard Shaw, Hoyt Wilhelm, Stanley Kubrick, and Vitas Gerulaitis, all born today. Mick Jagger's 81. Helen Mirren is 79. Dorothy Hamill and Tommy Wildfire Rich are both 68. Kevin Spacey is 65 and still a creepy human. Sandra Bullock is 60 and Jeremy Piven is 59. I've been rewatching Entourage. Jeremy Piven's character is so great.
It really is.
It is That's only 20 years old. I don't know if you can get away with the what he says. And I know it's an HBO show, but the language and the derogatory comments, I don't know if you can get away with that now.
I'm pretty sure you can't. Although, if you put it on a pay service, you kind of sneak by. So Churchill had to resign today. Yes, that's right. World War II is not yet over. And the stupid Brits voted him out of power. Arguably the greatest leader in the country's history, they voted his party out of power. And he had to resign as prime minister. I know the fighting in Europe had just ended, but the war was still going on. And besides, he helped you win the war and you voted him out? My goodness, you couldn't wait one more election? Golly. Grateful. And almost as dark a day in world history today, The Hustle became number one in America on this day in 75. The number one song in all of America. That, Do the Hustle. I mean, how much drugs were we doing in the 70s? That's how many drugs we were doing in the 70s.
I bet your mom did the hustle.
Oh, she did. No, she did. She did.
She's probably singing it and maybe even doing it right now, or at least in her head she's doing it.
Her and Bill, her longtime boyfriend at the time, they went they did a little disco. My mom, like your mom, that's early 30s. She still had game.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh no. Bell bottoms. Oh sure. Clogs. Oh yeah, let's go.
Wear them out, throw them at you when she got home. I mean,
Yep,
the clogs
totally.
were multi-use shoe.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to South Carolina, where, thank goodness for this husband, because in South Carolina they can remain anonymous, but wife purchased a $5 scratcher. She thought it was a non-winner and threw it away. Thank goodness her husband picks the garbage, because he picked it up out of the trash can and realized there might have been a mistake, calling out to his wife, "You have a 12 on it." Whatever that meant. They scratched it further and uncovered a $200,000 jackpot.
Nice.
Out of the trash.
So does he get to then, instead of splitting it and what have you, does he get to keep a little something for himself?
I would say so, but they're married, so he'll get a little less than half. For the bad, we go to Naples, where just before 11 p.m. last night, Collier County deputies went on a chase that led to an arrest of one man. He tried to flee from police. The short chase was ended, and the driver was arrested for a DUI and eluding police. So he'll spend some time in the Collier County jail. And finally, the ugly, we go to Missouri. Joplin, Missouri, where a Grand Wagoneer was taking the ramp off of I-44 onto South Main. It left the ramp and jumped both northbound lanes and then landed in trees. KOAM measured the jump at 575 feet. The male driver was transported to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries after jumping his Wagoneer nearly 600 feet by missing an off-ramp. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 26th, 2024.
Well, obviously, you got the Olympics going on all day. Opening ceremonies, 7:30, right?
7:30 tonight, 1:30 they are live. If you want to watch them live, it is 1:30 this afternoon. If you want to watch them on tape delay, it is 7:30 this evening on NBC.
And Major League Baseball going on tonight. Everybody in action, so you got 15 games. The Rays are home for the Reds, minus Randy Arozarena. Marlins on the road for Milwaukee. By the way, quickly, if you're Milwaukee, so Yelich may have to have season-ending back surgery. Do you still say, well, let's go get some guys, might have to even get another guy. We got to win this division. We got a real shot. Or do you look at it and go, without Yelich, what are we realistically going to do? How much are we willing to give up here?
You can't give up.
Well,
but if they don't make some moves, David, they might not win the division.
Well, but that's what I'm really asking here. Like, if you're Milwaukee, do you just go, we're 6 up, got 60 games left. We play 500 baseball. The Cardinals have to play over 600 baseball to pass us. All right. What do you just say? We don't have to do anything here. Why don't we just, play it safe, don't give up anything, and I think we can still win the division. What do you say?
I'd be adding if I was Milwaukee. In fact, I might not let a couple of Marlins out of the ballpark on this series. I might be working this series, working the trades, and just say, How about a couple of you guys stay?
So Yelich not the only former Marlin is what you're saying? You just look over at Jazz Chisholm and go, you look really good here, Jazz. There's some really good baseball series.
Are there ever?
Game 2 of the Braves-Mets series. I find this remarkable. And I know Braves have lost 5 in a row. Mets have won 4 in a row. But where the Braves were, and then the injuries have just crushed them. But where the Mets were 2 months ago, 11 games below 500, the Mets can pass the Braves in the standings with a win tonight. Wow. Padres in Baltimore. Padres got their act together. San Diego's playing really well. Orioles, meanwhile, are not. They've lost like 10 of 14. And yet they still lead the Yankees because that's how much they suck. Speaking of the Yankees, they're in Boston to play the Red Sox. They're only 3 ahead of the Red Sox in the loss column. 4.5 overall, but only 3 in the loss column. Dodgers and Astros, Mark, in Houston. They hate each other. Not a lot of guys left from that 2018 World Series, but the Dodgers are still, or was it 2017? 2017 World Series. Dodgers are still honked off.
But every series big for Houston right now as they've jumped into first, trying to hold off Seattle. Texas is on the come right now, so that's a big series for both.
How about Cleveland and Philly?
Potential World Series matchup?
Yeah, could be. Guardians pitching is for real. Pittsburgh's in Arizona. Battle for a wild card spot. That's not a joke. I mean, they're both like a half a game out of a wild card. And for what it's worth, Seattle, will the White Sox lose 12 in a row? Randy Arozarena's first game with Seattle will be in the south side of Chicago against the White Sox, who are losers of 11 straight. When do we start betting on them to win?
David, they win 1 of every 4 games. You don't bet on them to win, period.
Okay. What part of they've lost 11 in a row?
How many losing streaks like this have they had already this year?
Well, Mark, they're terrible. So they've had a few.
I mean, they're going to threaten to be the worst team that's ever played professional baseball.
Correct.
And you want to bet on them. I just want you to let that all sink in for just a quick second. When are we going to bet on the White Sox? How about never?
Okay. Remember, Seattle can't score. I mean, just saying. They're going to win eventually.
Eventually.
So there you have it. Olympics, Major League Baseball, and the CFL on ESPN Plus and Hulu. I don't know who's playing.
Man. Someone's desperate for some helmets and some shoulder pads.
And I guess there's some golf this afternoon as well. PGA Tour in Minneapolis. And in fact, the CW, the LIV going on right now in England. Have a great rest of your day. David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed and that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, Stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right. Oh, let's end the show.